lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are traversing through the eerie fog of Silent Hill 2 Remake. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Welcome in, Zev, and congratulations on being first. And thank you for the daily check-in, as well as the lovely Brick and Lick. Interesting combination, I have to say. But I hope that you are having a wonderful day. I had the chance to take a peek at your stream earlier today, and I have to say your new model looks absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, I was having some troubles with the stream. It was lagging a bit. I'm not sure, maybe it was my internet or Twitch not playing nice with me. So I couldn't really join the chat, but it was so nice to see your work in motion. That is equal parts adorable and disturbing. Thank you, I guess that's the polite thing to say. Not sure what the fitting reaction to such tongue-lashing is, but I do appreciate the support and the care. Now, today is Friday, and that, in my realm, means Friday. And, as you might have guessed, we are playing Silent Hill 2 Remake today again, and I know I said this before, but it's getting increasingly difficult to wait an entire week to return to this game. I am so interested in what will happen next. And I think based on the PlayStation's overall progress percentage, we are actually at 1/3 of the way through the game. So in a way the story is just getting started, and we can see that since pretty much all the characters get introduced already, and we explored a good chunk of the town, but let's not forget that we met those characters only once in most of their cases, and who knows if the town will have additional maps. We got, I do believe, 3 maps when we entered the town for the first time as a tourist map pack, but there might be more to see. There's an entire lake out there. Who knows, maybe we will get to take a boat and explore what is hidden in the fog. And also, ouch! Why the biting? Now I understand all the licking. You just wanted my arm to be clean before you make it your meal. You know, that is quite clever, in a way. Sanity is important, but ow! You were against the licking, so bite it is. I didn't say I was against it. Also, those are the only options? I have to say I'm not necessarily against either of them. I do like my options here. But with that said, let's waste no time and jump right into the game. Let me get my controller and see where we left off. Well, I know exactly where we left off. I've been looking forward to this. Yes. The mandatory warning and the not so frequently displayed warning invites us into this lovely game. You know, I'm slightly concerned because if the bite was prepared with some cleaning in the form of licking, what will come after that jet of water? I will be mowed, I feel like. That's concerning. But hey, a few bite marks never hurt anyone. Mostly. Nah. Nothing changed in the main menu and in its background as far as I could see. And nothing new appears here on the loading scene. I'm still wondering whose footsteps these are. Here we are. This is where we left off. Oh ho 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 ho. Now I understand what that cleaning was for. It's time for some fun with a tentacle. Heaven's Night. And what a lovely little detail with the logo. The apostrophe there, I think it is an apostrophe. Is a heart, and the title on the eye is a star. Why is that bar empty? Well, most places in Silent Hill are abandoned, And we were actually taken here by our companion, Maria. Well, companion in the sense that we met near the lake, and she said that she knows a place two lovers might call special, which is a reference to the letter James received from his deceased wife, which says that she is waiting for him in Silent Hill at their special place. She brought you to an empty strip club. Yes. To be honest, at first I really thought this is the place she meant by a special place, but in a cutscene, James voiced his problems with this idea, and Maria said that no, this is not that place. They just have to go through here to get to the destination, which is a good question what it will be. We don't have many places around here. We have the Moonlight Groove, the Reverie Theater, or Brookhaven Hospital. And I don't really think a hospital would be a special place for young lovers. You might be human trafficked. You know, in this game I wouldn't be surprised. We don't know much about his wife. Maybe she was a stripper. I do not think so. I have to say, I doubt that. I mean, this guy seems pretty delusional. He seems like the type to fall in love with a stripper. It is true that James behaves in a rather confused manner throughout the game, and I would say more and more as we progress in the story, which makes sense because he's seen some rather disturbing scenes unfold here, with all the creatures attacking him. I'm rather surprised that he didn't just try to run away, but he seems to be determined in finding whoever sent this letter to him. But before we move on from this place, there is one thing I wanted to talk about, and that is the character of Maria. Now, in my previous stream, I already talked about many aspects of her character when we first met her, and then followed her through, I think, first a motel and then the back streets of Silent Hill to this very nightclub. But since I've been thinking about one particular change that the developers of the remake made, and I was thinking, why did they change that? And that thing in question is her outfit. Now, in the previous stream, we ran into an absolutely brilliant Easter egg showing her old outfit, and even though I try not to look up anything about this game to avoid spoilers, I did check, and indeed that was the original outfit of the character in the game back in 2001. And so it made me wonder, why did the developers for this remake change the outfit so much in a way? Now, the interesting thing is that in the original outfit, she had a shorter jacket and only a mini skirt, so her stomach was exposed. And at first it would be easy to say that the developers changed this so the character doesn't show as much skin. It would be really easy to chalk it up to some nonsensical censorship. And as much as I am against all forms of censorship, I'm not sure if in this case we are really talking about such. Because this game, and even this remake of this game, doesn't really shy away from sensitive topics or anything controversial. I mean, just when you start up the game, you are greeted by a warning listing pretty much everything that would grant a game an 18 plus rating. And it's already 18 plus, so why care about the outfit? But I have a feeling that the reason behind this change was not to hide any more of her, just to avoid anyone saying that it's showing too much. Does the jacket stick to the dress? The material looks like it would. It's a good question. I would say she's wearing a leather jacket and there is a belt sewn onto it around her waist, and that is what makes it stick and follow her form so closely. But indeed, she's wearing a tight black dress instead of just a skirt. And what I believe happened here is the developers understood this character rather well, and so in the remake they decided that they won't only remake the old outfit in higher definition, but will change it a bit. Now obviously any change in a remake is a controversial choice, but I think what happened here is rather interesting. Now I talked about how Maria's character, in the way she behaves, how she moves and acts, it's all about a mixture of feminine charm and male fantasies. She is temptation in a human form for James in many ways. And you can see that everywhere, in her every word, in the subtle hints hidden amongst those words, or even her tone in which she says them. And I think what the developers did here is they realized that the character doesn't need an overly revealing outfit to express her personality or her role in the game. They can make her alluring even without such an outfit. Now, that doesn't mean that they just threw out the old design and created or thrown together a new outfit. No. As I mentioned in my previous stream, they chose every piece of clothing and accessory to play with fantasies established in media and in society. So everything just reinforces her enticing personality. But what really showed to me that the developers at Bloober were aware of what they are doing and that they understood the character and her role in this tale was the tattoo. You see, in the original game, Maria had a tattoo of a butterfly, and actually you can see it there, right next to the interaction dot. However, in the original game, this tattoo was on her hips, partially covered by her skirt. However, since her stomach is now covered, the developers had to move the tattoo, and so they placed it above her breasts. And that makes sense, but they didn't just place it anywhere, because they used the same idea that the original game did, which is absolutely brilliant, because the tattoo is not in full view. Now, you see, a tattoo most of the time already catches the attention of the people around, but this one is colored. It's in red, much like the original one, and that draws the gaze of the beholder to it even more. It strengthens that effect, and it really nicely conveys the same enticing effect that the character has, because the tattoo not only draws the beholder's gaze to it, but it makes them wonder how the hidden part of it. And the very skin into which it is inked looks like underneath the fabric. It makes James wonder, what would it look like underneath her clothes? It's a wish for a forbidden glance at beauty, and that is absolutely brilliant. I don't like the length of the sleeves, it's an odd length. It might be they are not rolled up, but a bit wrinkled on the upper arms, so they should be longer, but maybe not full length. I wonder where she keeps stuff. She has neither bag nor pocket. Well, I can actually answer that question, because when we get to this nightclub, the door of it is closed, and she produces the key from between her breasts. So that's where she keeps stuff. But with that said, that's uncomfortable. With a key, I think you'd be right. But I really think that both the original developers and the people who remade this game deeply understood Maria's character, and as much as I like the original outfit, I think this one works just as well, perhaps because the character is so well thought out and refined. So let's hear what she has to say.
Let me know when you want to move on.
But I do want.
Let's go.
All right then. Come on.
Okay. Kiss. Where are we going?
Come back later if you want. You know, in case we need a break.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Whatever you say. I mean, any port in the storm.
I guess so.
I have to say that her line was a bit quiet there, but once again, she's not missing a beat and reminding us that in case we want, we can come back here anytime. The offer that she made when we arrived here still stands. But once again, we are outside, and actually it looks a bit sunnier now. I'm not sure if I'm just imagining things, but especially compared to the stormy weather from which we looked for shelter in the nightclub, this weather looks rather nice. Heaven's Night. What kind of an arcade cabinet is that, I wonder? Anything in the car? Finally seeing the sunlight again after the strip club. Indeed. I mean, as much as the strip club might be a strange location and an uncomfortable one for some, compared to the apartment buildings and all the creatures we have fought through, in the fog, it was a rather nice, safe place. So now we are here, and we have 2 streets to explore apparently. And once again, Maria decided to follow us instead of leading the way, which is not a problem, except that in theory she is taking us somewhere and not the other way around. Interesting, this wall actually has a door, unlike many of the others. Oh, it's a bowl. I can't kick it. It's like walking a dog. Are you calling her a bitch by any chance? Because that sure sounded like... The bowl made it funnier. Yes. Yes, it did. I'm calling the guy a bitch. Oh! But she's following us, not the other way around. Even though when you are walking a dog, sometimes it does feel like the dog is walking you and not the other way around. And indeed, James can behave like a lost puppy every now and then. So one...
Okay, it's not far now.
Wonderful! Well, I do like that the developers allow players to explore. What the heck is going on with this can? That's not how physics work. So I do like that exploration is allowed and Maria doesn't bother us with constant lines about how we should move on and follow her. But I certainly do feel a bit lost when I enter a new area and she says nothing. It is how physics work. There might be a light slope throughout the entire street. And even if, why did that can start rolling? And why are all the windows so dirty I can barely see? Oh, interesting. This is not marked on the map, this little alleyway. Yes, that's pretty normal. Interesting. Well, this is closed. Anything in here? If I could see any, that is. Uh-huh.
You startled me.
My apologies, but we got 2 penguins. I mean, penguin bullets. They are called penguin. Oh, another alleyway? We have no shortage of places to explore. Yes?
No!
Leave her alone. Where did they come from? Probably from in here. Though it is interesting how...
I think you just saved my life back there.
Glad I did.
Yeah. So am I.
how they all go after her. That is rather interesting. That's what happens when you don't leash your dog. They break windows. Really? I did not know that. But I think our only way is actually through the unmarked alleyway. So let's go and let's see. No parking garage. So there isn't a parking garage that way? Is that what you're saying? Or there's no parking here and there's a garage that way? I'm getting mixed signals here. Alright, well, this is not at all reassuring. Anything in this van? Nothing jumped out of a van thus far. But then again, who knows?
I could really use a warning next time.
I was honestly curious if we can take a look inside the back, and indeed, yes. Also, I don't know how I could give a warning. Now, let's try to make sense of this place.
Look, we're on the other side of that chasm. Some detour. But hey, at least we're here.
Here meaning where exactly?
Come on, you'll find out.
Let's see. Yes, indeed, we went from the motel, that's where the gate checkmark is, south on Munson Street, and then we went west on Cat Street and used these alleyways to get to Randall Street and then Heaven's Night. All of this detour just to get on the other side of this chasm in the middle of Cat Street. So indeed, we were on the other side of this ginormous fissure. And you know, seeing this, or being reminded of this, Zev, you might be right that there is a slight slope when it comes to the streets of Silent Hill. Is there anything hidden? Maybe around the corner? Nah, not really.
This is it.
Is it? Moonlight Groove. Now here's one thing that I'm slightly concerned about. When we left Rosewater Park up here and made our way to the motel, I didn't really want to explore all of Nathan Avenue because it looked rather long and I wanted to allow the game to progress at its own pace. But I'm not sure if I will be able to go back because the way we came, all of these back alleys through Heaven's Night, those are now closed. So the only way I could get back there is if I went west to Carroll Street and made my way back to Nathan Avenue, but I'm not sure if the game will let me. I'm kind of 50-50 on my chances here because I don't think the game would lock me out of so much exploration. Especially because there was a car jack at the garage. It is even marked there, and I couldn't do anything with that. And we also have possibly a fuel station here, Octantis Fuels, and also Pete's Bolorama. So I think we will circle around to those parts, but it is true that this is a kind of linear game as much as there is an open map, so I might have missed a few things. We'll see. I will be honest, I thought it would be locked.
That's it? A garden?
There's a bit more to it than that.
If you say so. I don't think I've been here before.
Come on. She's just around the corner.
She?
She? Who is she? A statue?
Who is she?
There's a story told around these parts. Kind of a local legend. Tells of a woman who was cast out. Sentenced to die on an island out on the lake. There was a man in town who fell madly in love with her. And every night, he would sneak out, row across the lake, bringing her food and company. And every night, she would stand there on the shore, holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But this one night, a terrible storm broke out, caught him out in the open, and it blew out the candle. Even in darkness, the man would not give up. He would not turn back. So he fought against the raging waters until finally the lake took him. They say even then, the woman never lost hope. She kept coming out at night, kept lighting the candle to bring her beloved home, to lead him to shore. Not sure how much truth there is to it. It's probably just a fairy tale. But she's become something of a local saint. Patron of undying love. Hence this place.
She's not here.
What?
She's not here. And why would she be? I don't even remember this place. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have come here.
Hey. It's okay. There's plenty of other places to look. We can still...
Come on.
That was rather interesting. Now, two things that right away caught my attention. One, the really nice detail of the flame of the candle is also carved into the stone of the statue. Lovely detail. And the second thing is how James is slowly realizing that this entire quest he set out on is based on a contradiction which the player is presented with in the beginning of the game. And as much as he's been struggling with this idea that he is looking for someone who's dead, and been repeating that he's not insane or something like that, I think he's slowly realizing that everything here is a bit strange. It's really difficult to analyze a cutscene while someone is booping your nose, just saying. So, if you could stop, I'd greatly appreciate it, because my nose is getting itchy, and that's no good. It might be a skill issue indeed, but you stop it! Someone gotta bring him back to the retirement home. I'm not sure how old James is here, so I don't really think he belongs into a retirement home. But the tale, this local legend, was rather interesting. A saint of undying love, and I have to say it's a nice story, though I wonder what it means for James. Yes, he's here to find his lost love in the most literal way possible, and it shows how dedicated he is, and how much he's willing to risk. A bit like how the man in the story never gave up, even against the storm and the waves. Though he did tell that in a way this unwavering will was ultimately his undoing. If he went back that night and tried again the next night, maybe he would have survived. Though I have to say, both the writing and the voice acting is rather lovely. One especially fun detail being how Maria stops for a moment when she talks about how this man would bring food to the lady on the island, and it almost felt like she's looking for the right word and chose to say "and company," providing her with company. then someone gotta bring him back to psych ward. You know, I could see that at the end of the game, it turns out that James is just insane, and all of this is a delusion of his. But I feel like this game is smarter than that. There is more to it. And Silent Hill is a real place in this franchise, so there has to be something that connects James to this place. And oh my goodness, this looks absolutely gorgeous. Maybe this is why the weather is a bit nicer and the sunlight is partially able to pierce through the fog and paint the sky with this gold and yellow hue as a form of hope to show how love prevails. Really, really nice detail. But as much as on the surface it makes sense that Maria brought James here. I mean, this is a place that lovers might indeed think is special. It's a nice park where couples could meet, but I can't stop myself but think that there's a bit more to this place, because the way Maria talked about it with a sort of longing and sadness in her own voice, it almost felt like as if she is hoping that there would be a man who would show the same undying love towards her as the one in the legend. And I'm still wondering what her role exactly is in this game, because as much as she is to a certain degree an embodiment of temptation, and at every step she is testing James and his dedication to finding his wife, because Maria is constantly trying to entice him more and more and make him stray from his quest, even just momentarily, like with the drink that she offered him in the nightclub, or how she says that they could spend some more time there or even return there. It all frames her as this character who challenges his will to a certain degree. But I feel like that she has a personal background as well. She's not just a cookie cutter temptress of sorts. She has her own life, and I'm really curious what that will show. But I do have to say that the reactions to the scream was intriguing because James right away stood up and was ready to look for whomever is in trouble. Maybe it was kind of a last bit of hope that Mary is indeed here, or it's just that he is a good person and wants to help someone in need. But Maria, she was hesitant to a certain degree for a moment, as if she was so focused on James that she didn't really understand for a second why this interference is important. Someone gotta mix the pills in his pudding. Well, he didn't have any pudding since we started the game, but he did have a number of health drinks. I'm not sure what's in those, but I'm pretty sure drinking 10 of them in one day is not good for you. So let's see what we have here. I don't think, indeed, that we have any sort of a map. I think we came from here. No, we didn't. We did not. Ooh, church entrance. 5. Another photo. A Polaroid, more specifically. Oh! Hell drink 10! Oh, that's wonderful. I will use them up so quickly. I can already see it. I think I had 8 or 9 of them once, and then I used almost all of them up. I'm not going this way. Alright. I am trying to take a good look around. This is the entrance. Okay. So the right side of the park is explored. I don't think I can do anything with the statue or the bench. More bushes obstructing our way. But here again the game shows that you can easily miss things like the consumables, the health drinks and bullets, if you are not patient and careful enough to look around. But also the photos, which are, at least in my opinion, some sort of collectibles.
I think it came from inside the theater.
Oh, really? Well, let me tell you, I could not tell that. Really could not. But if you say so... Well, let's be honest, you are as far away from say so as possible, but let's not get hung up on those details. Do you have the key for this one as well? No, okay. But that makes it interesting because we have no other entrance. Well, seemingly. But I'm sure that there will be a way inside. We just have to find it. Oh yes. Now, based on our previous interactions, she will wait outside for us to open the door.
You okay?
Yeah. Maybe you better wait here.
Okay. Not much of a movie fan anyway. And James,
Yeah.
be careful in there.
Yeah.
I too.
This is boring.
You didn't seem bored a minute ago. Screamed your head out, didn't you? You should have seen your face.
I told you. It was this big rat. It jumped right at me from under the seat. You would have screamed too if you saw it. Guts, fatso.
Hey, what do you have to say that for?
Anyway, why are you sitting here? I thought you said the cops were after you.
Nah, I don't think they follow me here. Besides, I blocked the door, so no one could get in. Not the cops, and not these other monsters.
You're weird.
Yeah, that's what everyone always says.
Well, I guess people call me weird too. And they yell at me. Especially when I do something bad. Did you do something bad? You know, so the cops are angry with you?
I don't know. Maybe.
So why don't you just say you're sorry?
Hmm.
It always works for me.
They wouldn't listen. Nobody ever listens.
Eddie and the little girl in one place. Interesting. I too would wait outside. Yes, that that is maybe the right call to make here. But as always, I am way too curious for that. And it seems we figured out where the scream came from. I think there they are, Eddie and the little girl, and it was she who screamed because of one of my oversized cans. My apologies for that. But it's interesting to hear them interact. The girl, her character is rather innocent, even though she is mean when it comes to her remarks. But the reaction to how Eddie should just say sorry to the cops, because that always works for her, was a really nice glimpse into the mind of an innocent child. But she seems to have a troubled childhood with people yelling at her. And Eddie is interesting because he said when we first met him in the apartment building, he said that monsters attacked him. But now he mentioned cops and monsters. And we haven't seen even one police officer in this town. So it begs the question why the police is after him. But when it comes to his personality, everything about him, his lines and how he says them, it's all so deeply said. He is depressed and in many ways lost hope, it seems. How he said that they never listen, that he is weird. He really feels like someone who's been bullied. Perhaps because of his looks too. Just like how the little girl called him fat. Now let's see if we can
That too?
find our way inside. No, there's only one person there. Previously I saw two heads. Well, I guess let's try to see where they are and how we can get there. He said that he barricaded all of the entrances. And it is true that even we couldn't really get in. A bathroom. As you might know, nothing good happens in bathrooms in horror movies and games. Odd place for bullets, but okay. Goodness, what happened here? Someone got really angry with that toilet. Not much more. Here are the movies. I was here. Owl Creek Bridge. Return to Owl Creek Bridge. And Artificially Shy. I think this was the one movie that was advertised above the entrance. Maybe someone needed both their hands while holding the ammo, so they put it down. Yeah, that makes sense. And they left it for us, so thank you, stranger. So that is the women's bathroom and this is the men's. Okay. Let's see. More bullets. More graffiti covering the walls. Anyone in here who wants to jump on me? Holy moly. People, calm down. Is that the handle of the door? Alright. Not much to do here. Average university toilet. Goodness. What kind of things happen in an average university toilet? So this is, I think, the main entrance. As much as I can't go through there. Oh, popcorn! We have holes in the ceiling from water damage. Oh, goodness. They should really get that repaired. It sounds like a hazard. Can I go through here? Well, no popcorn for me, apparently. And sometimes people destroy stuff in the old gender toilet. All the destruction. Without any cause. It's sad to see. Well, I think we looked all around. I did look that way. That was closed. This is closed. I think we can only go this way. I'm slightly worried that Eddie will just hit me over the head because he thinks I'm a cop. Eddie?
Eddie?
Oh. You're,
James. We met back at the apartment building.
Yeah. I remember.
What is he eating? Ice cream?
I see that you didn't make it out yet.
Yeah. I just didn't get around to it yet.
At least you got your appetite back. Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Well,
That's probably just Laura messing around.
Laura?
the little girl? Laura, is that her name?
That's what she said.
I'm gonna go look for her. You coming?
Now you want me to come with you?
Never mind.
That was a scene. We didn't learn a lot, I would say, here, though. It is interesting how I don't know how to describe it. Eddie's overall presence. Lost, confused, dissociated, I'm not sure. As if he's not even here. The two things that stick out to me, one is we learn the little girl's name, Laura, and when James asked Eddie if that's her name, instead of saying yes or something simple like that, he said that's what she said. That could mean two things. One, that Eddie doesn't necessarily trust what she says, or really what anyone says. Or two is, again, it shows his complete lack of interest in the world. He is quite unbothered by whatever happens. And the other thing is how James right away wants to look for Laura and make sure that she's safe. And so I think without much thinking about it, actually, he asks if Ellie wants to help him. And he takes it somewhat personally that now he wants him to go, which is probably a reaction to how James turned him down earlier in the apartment buildings, because he said that he can't leave the town yet, and he has something to do. So it shows that Eddie indeed remembers James, even though in the beginning of this scene he didn't know his name. But I think that's again just him not caring much like how he says that he didn't get around to leaving town yet, which is an odd way of putting it for sure. But let's look around. I mean, we have quite a big room here. That's logged. That's not logged. Do we have maybe a photo hidden somewhere? I cannot go around next to the wall here. This is too narrow for James, but maybe on the chairs we will find something like this. Best flavor of lipstick, 8. I am also curious about who made all of these photos. All Stars Pizza. Al, do you have any more to say?
Who is that girl, anyway?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Interesting. He reacts to any kind of question as if he was interrogated. He starts saying that he swears and that he doesn't know anything. It seems he does not have a reaction to us pointing the flashlight at him.
Didn't you want to go after her? Better hurry. Laura can be pretty quick when she wants to.
Interesting. So they've been spending some time together, if he knows that.
Suit yourself.
Alright, well, I guess we have only one way to go.
Laura?
All right. Someone is certainly playing tricks on us. The question is who and why. However, I do find it suspicious that Maria did not accompany us here. I do understand the explanation that the game gives us, but much like how I wondered if any of the human characters we met would see the monsters, which we actually got answered because Maria not only talks about the monsters, she got attacked by them. I wonder if the characters would see each other. In the case of Eddie and the little girl, we know that they do, but not with Maria. Alright, well, we have to find the projector. Oh, goodness. Things look rather bleak around here. But I do like the warm color of the lamp. Film reels. So this is the upper floor. Again, we have no map of this theater, so we have to just explore it all and hope we don't miss something. But here we are, except there is no one here. Or it seems there is no one here. That's a lot of useful nothing. So this is one of the rooms, but there should be another one. I don't know why, but this place does not feel safe whatsoever. Even though we haven't encountered any enemies in the theater yet. Oh, of course, a box had to fall down.
Hey!
I can go back. Of course I can go back. Alright, but we at least found Laura. Or we hope at least. Ooh, it's dusty in here. More nothing. Oh, come on. So I think Eddie should be sitting down there. But where is Laura? Where did she go? Apparently back to the first floor. I like how this entire building is pretty much mirrored. It makes it rather functional. Wasn't this blocked before?
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Yeah, I do believe it was. So this leads back to Eddie. Now I do wonder, is he still here? And can we talk to him again? Apparently the answer is no. Alright. So now we can go outside?
Maria? Did you see the little girl?
Yeah, I tried to stop her, but she went that way. We can still catch her.
How did she get around? There was no way around the building. Except there was a fence here. Maybe she climbed over here, but that's rather interesting. However, it seems that she indeed can see her as well, so perhaps we are really dealing with real human beings and not just hallucinations. How can I warn you that I will just break this?
Nothing safe with you around, huh?
Not when it comes to bullets. Let's look at this. Reverie Theater. I was here Saturday. Wow, such an old school movie theater. It looks rather lovely. Okay, so we have one street blocked, which is no good. I might have made a mistake by entering the Moonlight Grove park right away and not looking around, but it's tricky to guess when you will be allowed to backtrack. But indeed this is in our way. I guess the way to play this game is explore everything while you can. But you have to play it to realize that, so as always, the first playthrough is all about exploration and learning how the game works. There's not much around here. What's this? School buses? There is no name associated with this part, so I'm not necessarily sure what it is. An ambulance? Maybe I can find something in it, or not. That's about my free health drinks. Haha, speaking of which. Hey, Give me my health drink. Well, that's one way to mark the end of the map, I guess. Though again, we wouldn't really have any reason to leave the town, other than the fact that there are monstrous creatures trying to kill us. So,
James, look.
you know, the usual. Admitted to the hospital? Where is even the hospital? Oh, here. I do wonder if Laura stands in front of the hospital when we come here and then the cutscene plays. I wouldn't be surprised. But those are the kinds of things that you most of the time need a second playthrough to check, since you know what you are looking for. Oh. Interesting letter that I can't use. Baby and Kids Superstore? Okay. Where the heck are we? Oh. Apparently we are on the other side
Hey,
of...
come on, we gotta catch up to her.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah.
of a barricade we've seen before. And yes, I know we have to catch up to her, but I won't be able to look around here later on. Or I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do it. And then I would miss this lovely bloodstain. Or these bullets. 4 of them. Would you want me to miss these 4 bullets? It's lovely to hear how the cloth and the metal structure itself shakes in the wind. Not going this way. What is here? A great question. I think this is the right side of the hospital. We already looked at the left. It's also interesting how we got the trophy not when James enters the hospital, but when Laura does. But I guess we only have one thing to do, and that is to walk right in. Farewell to the fog, I guess.
Is that a gun cabinet? In a hospital?
Yeah, but it's empty.
Somehow that seems worse.
Yes, those are 2 rather concerning things. Apparently it was a shotgun based on the shotgun safety rules poster right next to it. Let's see, safe direction. Keep your weapon pointed in a safe direction so that accidental discharge will not cause injury. That's a good point, but maybe try to avoid accidental discharge altogether. Finger of the trigger, that's important. Do not put your finger on the trigger unless you are ready to shoot at your intended target. Keep your gun unloaded. Keep your weapon unloaded while in storage. Only load your weapon when you are ready to use it. All rather good points. Oh, crow! Ho ho! High velocity buckshot. And you know what a group of crows is called? A murder. Well, at least I guess I won't be having much trouble with finding first aid items.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Let's look around.
Please keep the noise down. But let's try to be quiet, and also let's try to find a map. Brookshaven Hospital, 1920. Keep the noise down! Not start ringing a bell? Holy moly! Zeph being a little rascal here. Aha! The first floor. Ooh, it's a big place. But there should be a second floor as well. Did we get that? Yeah, indeed we got. Here's the next map. The second floor. There's a third floor? Okay. I do like the rodent DJ, I have to admit it. But no smoking. Well, I guess we have to look through this entire building. What's that? Due to repeated instances of keys getting misplaced from this point forward, they are to be returned to the locker at the end of every shift. Okay, where is the locker? All staff are required to memorize the padlock combination and are not to disclose it to anyone but authorized personnel under any circumstances. In case of any problems, report to the head nurse in examination room 3. That is the scribbled line underneath. What did you find? Apparently nothing. Alright. Attention! Oxygen must be turned off when not in use. Oxygen? There is the oxygen tank. The director requested the files of the 3 crucial patients. You know which ones. Could you please bring them to his office? Crucial patients. Alright. Well, that's empty. That was nice. Not scary, but nice. Let's look around before we save. Attention employees. Ooh, this is a mess. But look at the warm sunlight here. Oh ho!
Looks like there's a key in there. No combination though.
Did
We should look around. Might be written down somewhere.
I just stumble into examination room 3? No, this is the reception office. That is examination room 3. I did see James marking it down on the map after learning about it. Well, let's save. This place does seem rather big, so there's no time to waste. Explore it all. Nurses in training. I wonder why all of their faces are so blurry, unlike the rest of the photo. Well, we are not going this way. It's always nice to rule out some possibilities. Oh, this is just the other door of the same room. Alright, that's logged. And that is logged as well. That is the South Wing cafeteria. Apparently that is not where we are going next. Ooh, what's that? Dr. Hughes and Dr. Atkinson in the garden. I see you are having quite a party for yourself there. Unfortunately, I don't think that we've seen many of my kins in this game thus far. Though there was the one mention of a big one in the theater. Exam room 1 is logged. Remember, if you experience poor appetite or significant weight loss, insomnia or hypersomnia, loss of interest or pleasure in usual activities, feelings of worthlessness, diminished abilities to think or concentrate, contact your healthcare provider immediately. What causes such symptoms? Please do not leave any personal belongings. Now this place is rather strange because of all of the warm yellow colors and lights. It is quite idyllic and almost welcoming.
There.
Laura! Wait!
It's okay. We don't want to hurt you.
God damn it.
Why would she run from us?
I don't think she likes me very much.
But why?
I don't know.
A rabbit and a wolf. We did see drawings of rabbits before. I don't remember the wolf appearing. Sounds like depression. You might be right with that, indeed. There isn't a basement map, so where does this staircase lead? Bullets? Completely normal thing to have around. We will need a key, I see. So there is even a basement here. Well, let's look around here. That is locked. Is this elevator working? I'd say no. Keep door closed. Examination room free. Well, it is closed. That's for sure. Open it. Well, I cannot exactly open the door. However, I can open the window. I have a key that opens all windows.
What was that?
Not sure. Better stay on your guard.
You see? It works every time. Oh, I see you there. Haha. So this is the examination room that was mentioned. Let's see if we can find anything about the combination or the keys. I wrote it down for you in a way you should finally be able to remember. Once you're in the lobby, just look around. Now remember, nurses, doctors, trees. Oh, nurse's memo. I do like this. Now can I open this door? And voila! And more shotgun shells. I have a feeling that we will find that shotgun, though I can only hope it will not be used against us. Now whatever that noise was, I don't think it means anything good for us. Why doesn't he just break those old doors? I would say he can't. These are some rather sturdy doors, being so old. I'm making poor Maria run around here while I'm just jumping through windows. Now I think we looked at most of the rooms on this floor, at least the ones we could, but we have one more corridor here leading to the pool, the pharmacy, and the doctor's lounge. Let's see. This is rather interesting how we could technically just skip all of this and follow the girl, but I'm honestly curious about this place. Oh, finally a toilet that is not broken. What an improvement. inner ward. Logged. This being the second door with a key required. No. I could use the note we found to open the padlock, or at least attempt to open the padlock in the reception office and acquire a key, but I want to see why I would need to do that in the first place. So let's follow the girl and see if we will run into any sort of a trouble. Well, apparently yes, we ran right into some trouble. This door is somehow locked. So I guess we have to find another way. We see lots of toilets, but he never pees. Good point, even though he drinks plenty of those health drinks. I guess he just sweats profusely with all of the running and fighting. So we have to look for nurses and trees and doctors. Now here we have 2 doctors. And here we have 7 nurses.
You looking for something in these photos?
Yes, dear Maria, indeed I am looking for something in these photos. And here we have 4 trees. Now, wrong button. No, the key locker note said that every key has to be locked at the end of every shift, and if there's any problem, report to the head nurse in examination room 3. There we found this memo, which I assume was a response to someone who kept forgetting the code. And so they wrote down a hint. In the lobby, look around and remember nurses, doctors, trees. Now nurses, we had 1 photo of nurses, 7 of them. Then a photo of 2 doctors and a photo of the hospital with 4 trees in front of it. So 724 is the code. Let's see. Wrong way. 7, 2, and 4.
Second floor?
Basement.
Of course.
I like that. That almost expectant disappointation in her voice, or disappointment. It's rather nice, like a horror game fan.
This place feels so empty. More than the other places we've been.
I feel like it's just as derelict as all the other places. Well, let's see what's in the basement. Nothing good, I hope. And the map. So we are here, and we have Maria.
Nope. Doesn't work.
Calm down, I was trying to analyze the map. Also, what did you mean this one's open? Okay, that's one door we don't have to worry about. Bullets. I have a feeling we will soon need those bullets. Broken pipe leaking. Okay, so this is pump room 04, and then we have the generator room 03. Okay. So far, so empty.
Generator.
You think you could get it working? Might get the elevator running again.
Not a bad idea. Emergency fuel reserve in storage room. Okay. I guess it needs some fuel. Makes sense. I would not use an old elevator. Good point. Well, we need to get to the storage room, which is right there. But
More of those things.
to be perfectly honest, I'm pretty sure we will have to look through the entire place. Now, before we get into fighting, let's look at what is on the left side of this corridor. I guess a shortcut. I just couldn't check because Maria went to look at the elevator. It's slightly concerning that the radio went silent, which could mean that our enemy is hiding. Oh, you. I know you are there. I really do. And I'm gonna shoot you in the butt if you don't come out. I told you. You didn't listen. Alright, so this is a dead end. Let's go around and see what we can find. And look at every corner.
They're coming.
Oh, I know. I noticed them, alright. However, now they quickly get up whenever I notice them. Maybe because they are just quicker, or they see or somehow sense my flashlight I'm not sure. On one hand, it's a good thing that all of these rooms openly lead into each other. On the other hand, I'm not a fan. I did not see that, I have to admit. It's always kind of a gamble whenever you enter a room. Will you look to the right or to the left? Sometimes you notice the enemy, sometimes you don't, and sometimes there is one on both sides. Running low, bleach, white laundry detergent, starch white sheets. The amount of bleach you use is getting ridiculous, and the sheets are not getting any whiter. I won't ask questions, just end it. Okay, someone is trying to whiten those sheets. I'm curious from what? What kind of stains
There's more of them.
are on those sheets? Haha, no, I waited. They try to dodge the last bullet, but not on my watch. They don't. Where the heck did... Maria? Dear, you're slightly in the way. Where did the... Where did they come from? Really? You couldn't do this from the other side? Well, at least we have a shortcut. Now we have to get in there. And I know how to do it. But first I want to see what is this way. Dead end. Well, I guess we only have one option, and that is this. I hope you fit through here. Come on. Oh. I mean, they are kind of in the way. But that's the only entry point to the storage room, so don't mind me. Yeah, that's about fine. Sorry. Okay, if you hear screaming coming from inside, that's probably me.
Hey, where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll be right back.
Okay, first off, opening the door and then checking everything. Okay, I see no enemies here, which is good. Brookhaven Hospital, 1932. I wonder which floor this is, or if the hospital only had one floor back then, perhaps. Handgun ammo, always useful. Oh, what's in that? Syringe. Haha. Maybe I should start partaking in some close quarter combat now that I have more health items. Model F100 275, capacity 275 gallons. No item. What do you mean no item? Okay, so I need some kind of a container for the fuel. Lovely. Did you see any such item? Because I sure did not. This one is logged. Container. Like a can. There is a funnel here, but that wouldn't be that helpful. Absolutely nothing here. No. Rust-stained water runs on the concrete. Nice. Not going that way. So whatever I'm looking for is probably in here or on another floor. That is, if I can even go back. I guess I should be able to.
James?
Yes, I noticed. Maybe I missed this room. I do not remember checking it. Aha! An empty fuel can. Gasoline. Just what I needed. Now, let's go and get some fuel and get that generator running. I can only imagine what horrors will happen once I do that. Oh, there's the texture. Filled fuel can. Danger, extremely flammable. So I probably should be careful with it. I do not like that sound. One bit.
Those things.
I'm not sure where, to be perfectly honest. Ow! Excuse me? So you just come here, kick me in the face, and just Just walk away. Okay. You're somewhere here. Ha ha. And you're not the only one. They hide so well. It's rather impressive. And it heightens the tension that the radio does not start warning you about their presence until they start moving. So while they are hiding, it's completely silent. Well, let's hope that will be enough for this old generator to come back to life. Oh, these old machines. They survive just about anything. But I guess the shortest way back is this way. Let's be careful.
They're coming.
No! Change of pace here. And a bit of a shake up with the other kind of enemy. But now we get to come into this room. Again, even though we have to face another enemy, we get a little reward. And the game also masterfully plays with the expectations, because this is pretty much the first room you try to enter, and it's logged, and it remains logged throughout most of your quest to restart the generator, so you kind of accept that there is no way to open this one door. But then, just when you accept that fact and finish the work you have here, it opens and another creature attacks you. Well, let's see if we will die in this elevator. -1, that's the basement. 1 and 2. Let's try 1. I hate elevators with 2 doors. I never know which one will open. Okay, where are we? Right here, which means that something happened. It's dark now. Gone are the soft warm rays of the sun. And such a huge difference. Whereas this open window was so inviting when we first entered this room. Now it's almost scary, making you wonder what horrors might reach in from the darkness. Well, let's see if we can finally follow Laura and reach the second floor. Even though we still haven't explored much of the first floor. But we have a little girl to find. It's raining.
Maria? Hey. You okay?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. What's going on? Are you hurt?
It's nothing. Probably just a hangover.
Maybe you should rest.
Yeah. Okay. So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
James? I wanted to ask you. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't really thought about that.
Get back soon, okay?
Interesting. I wonder what was the pill that she took there and where she got it from. But also this sudden change, how it went from daytime to night or to a storm, how it started raining and she suddenly started to feel unwell. And I would say that it's much more than a hangover, because before we didn't see any signs of that. And interestingly, even though I said that first she didn't react to Laura's scream right away, as soon as she saw the little girl, she supported us trying to find her. And unlike with other places, she followed us into this hospital and into even the basement. She didn't just wait for us to open a shortcut or something like that. So the fact that she stops and takes a rest shows that it's something more serious, in my opinion. The other thing is just how quickly the story kind of gets interrupted, which in some ways, in some games, I would say is poor writing. How James right away goes and says that Maria should lay down, and she does in this abandoned hospital in a random bed when they know that there are monsters all around. But here this kind of dissonance between logic and this town, it makes it not necessarily illogical but strange, because everything is happening in an odd manner, and it kind of adds to it. It's confusing, but in a sort of good way. And I guess I cannot go back. I can go back. This game is full of surprises.
Sorry, I just need a moment. I'm alright. I'm just tired.
That's the end of the conversation. A rather nice way to communicate to James that he should be leaving. Take care of what matters most. Leave the rest to us. Toluca Palliative Care Center. Alright. Now let's see. C4, C3, and the new save room. Interestingly, the save room is not the one where Maria stays. I guess I didn't need to go back to save on the first floor, but the more saves, the safer. Alright, what else do we have? Staircase. But first, bathroom. Anything interesting in here? Nothing. There's the toilet. Okay, someone just took the toilet all together. And the stairs, I guess, should be here. Now, did the drawing change with the weather? No. No, I am curious how dynamic the lighting here is. So let's try to look at this drawing with James turn to the right like this, and then turn to the left and look at it like that. No, it just goes back. So I guess how the game works is whenever you interact with something you can look at like this, it moves the character right in front of it. And so the flashlight will always be a bit to the right because it is in James's right pocket. Okay, C2. Oh, an old TV. And blood on the wall. I have seen many hospitals in horror games, but this one is unusually unsettling. I'm not sure why, but there is something about it that makes it more real. Maybe the rather minimalistic but simple furniture. Treatment room, nurse's lounge, nurse's station. Alright.
Now, where is that girl?
Great question. Let's try to find that girl before something else finds him or her. Finding him is more about us, and I have a feeling something already found us. Okay, that's locked as well. What are you? Oh, so the flashlight flickers when the enemy notices us. Excuse me? She doesn't care much about bullets. That's for sure. Wow. This seems to be a nurse based on the outfit, or the little I can see of it with all this blood. Once again, high-heeled shoes, but white this time, and I also think white gloves, and a nurse's outfit with short sleeves, and overall rather short pants or a coat of sorts. Much like with the other enemies, there is a a big emphasis on the female form. And I think this might be the most revealing when it comes to the outfit. But what I'm confused about is actually the head. What is up with the head? I can't really make out any features on it. But she was wielding a pipe similar to the one that I have. And that's an elevator we will not be using. Button is not working, and the door is locked. And the ambient sound is thoroughly terrifying. Like someone trying to breathe. Shotgun shells, so wonderful. Except I don't have a shotgun. Another memory of sorts? Used cloths or towels in a bin? And a typewriter. But this is no Resident Evil. It provides us with no safety and no comfort. A restroom. Closed. I have to say I'm getting slightly lost in here. But one thing that I have to say is the introduction of this new creature was rather beautiful. How she just walked from one side to the other, giving us a glimpse of what it is that we will soon be facing. But it seems that we have a little passage that we can use to get into L3. So I guess let's do that. Oh, this is no good. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, this is no good. This is properly freaking bad. Oh! Okay, one down. Hey, stop that. No. Did I kill this one? Not sure, let's make sure. Let's drink. Let's dodge. Stop that. Okay, that was a lot of wasted bullets, but I survived against 3 enemies. And it was probably the good call to use one of the syringes. Otherwise, I might have gotten myself murdered here. But that was an evil little surprise. And this is open. And this is the observation room, which can only be accessed through the previous one. What was that? An intercom of sorts? And a photo. Her drawings? Those look more like bullet holes to me, but there are some pieces of paper just off frame with perhaps drawings. Number 9. But these might be the drawings of Laura, actually. Oh, what's that? Not much. Haha! I see you in there. I almost thought that was another health ring, but no. Those are just some random pills. So it seems there are areas throughout the game that are not necessary for completing the main story, but if you go exploring, you can find additional resources and photos in those parts. The code has been reset to what we agreed on during yesterday's meeting in the doctor's lounge. I guess that is where we are going next. Like I said, I don't want anyone writing it down on little pieces of paper for me to find. Be responsible, people. Okay, but what is this place exactly? Nurse's station. So we have to get to the doctor's lounge, which is where exactly? Oh, that's actually downstairs. But for that we will need another key or another working elevator. And this is the storage room, which is also logged. So I guess we only have this one way left, with the laundry room and this restroom, but we already checked those. And then we have this corridor, and if I'm not mistaken, this will lead us back to where we started. I adore old horror games where the map design was so well thought out. Showers. Are you taking your shower? Hey! Not fair. No, you are not jumping. Told you. No jumping. I guess they were expecting me to go around this way on the left and not on the right. Anything else here? Handgun ammo, a completely normal thing to find in a hospital. And finally some actual medicine bottles in one of these medical cabinets. Even though they are not necessarily useful for us, they make the world make more sense. Now let me think. So we had one of the elevators there, and we couldn't enter L2 through any other way, but we might be able to see what's in here. Ow! I have a feeling we are not alone, and I do not like that. Are you dead? Now you are. Oh, okay. Indeed, we were not alone. James. Please. That's better. This is a rather strange room. At first I thought this was a body, but these are just pillows. Goodness. I'm not sure if I want to walk into all those spider webs, but it's worth a try. Oh! There you go. I have to admit, I'm not sure what the little window above the doors are for, especially because there is a tiny window in the doors themselves. But I have seen such in real life. Well, we came around here, and I think this is the nurse, actually. Oh, there you are. I was getting worried that she got up and left. Now let's try to make our way back to the doctor's office, where we should actually go, even though I'm not necessarily sure why we are going there. Yes, we are following the little girl, but we have no hint about where she might be. Okay. That was something. Oh! Okay, I have to figure out their movement. If I don't want to get my head bashed in. It's quite difficult to hit them with a headshot, and they don't really mind getting shot in the body, it seems. So I will need to learn how to defeat them in melee combat, otherwise I will run out of bullets rather quickly. So this is the restroom, the one I couldn't enter before. Another lovely shortcut for us. 2 bullets. Not a lot, considering I'm shooting half a dozen into one of these nurses. I guess hospitals are fitting for horror games, fitting locations, since they are such unique places. Lives begin in hospitals, but they also end. And even those who survive, many lives shatter within the walls of hospitals. And perhaps that is why they are such unsettling places. Interesting, I get to explore all of this. Chains. Oh, this is interesting. Much like how in the beginning of the game, whenever we inspected one of the barricades, the camera also showed James, and here we have the same. Unlike with many of the memories or many of these scenes we've seen recently. But it's a great question. Why are there chains on a hospital bed? What happened in this room? Well, we could go this way, but first I want to actually check the doctor's office. After all, that's what we should be doing, in theory. I see. A hand clutching a key. A key engraved with a sun and 2 wings. And we need to find bracelets? Well, I guess it's time to read. It is true there was a note mentioning 3 crucial patients. So maybe It's them we are looking for. Patient number 0130, designation 295.3. Room number S3, move to L1. Initial symptoms: intense and unrelenting anxiety. Current diagnosis: symptoms have intensified into full-blown paranoia, visual hallucinations. Recommendations: increase medication. Can't be left alone. Move to L1 for closer monitoring. I think we've been to L1. I also like how there are little scribbled lines on these cards as things happened. They added them to the file so everyone would know. Patient file 3, patient number 0050, designation 301.3. What is the designation? Patient room number C1, initial symptoms: sudden outbursts of aggression, visual and auditory hallucinations. Current diagnosis: current therapy is considered effective. Unprovoked outbursts declined. Social interactions improved. What did I miss? So I guess they didn't work after a while. Recommendations: continue with the current therapy. Water has a calming effect. It used to. Go to the pool. I've seen a pool being mentioned on the hospital map. And let's see, number 2. I accidentally clicked on the third one instead of the second. Patient number 0090, designation 298.0, room number D1. Initial symptoms: sensory delusions. Current diagnosis: insomnia, refuses food, water. Delusions persist. Recommendations: forced feeding and hydration. Bathing required. To be carried out in the treatment room. Sleep medication. Constant surveillance. But these are more psychological cases. What's this? A tape recorder.
Beyond hope. That's what they keep telling me. The 3 patients. My 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial and error, of being as bold as one can be, to go as far as one needs to. I will find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them.
Now I guess this was recorded by the doctor who requested their documents. What's here? I'm somewhat concerned to see what is behind these curtains. Oh, safe. And not just any save. So we have buttons here, but there's one missing. And we have a button here. Well, I guess we have a puzzle on our hands. And perhaps a save point based on the red glow in this room. And this is the door that the key opens. That key right there. Well, we have a mystery. Let's try to solve it. Once again, we are getting somewhat sidetracked, since we came here to find the little girl, but it seems we will need to look around for some additional items. But why I don't necessarily mind that is because these nurses, and especially how they appear, is so amazing. And I hope that each and every one of them will appear in such a unique and dramatic fashion. Locker room, nurse's lounge, staircase, director's office. You don't have that. This is closed. That's no good. Anyone in here? A teddy bear. We have seen teddy bears before. Ho, 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 ho. A shotgun. Press left to equip the handgun. Press down to equip the shotgun. How many shells? 6! Well, let's try to hold on to those shells for now. Jack. Interesting. Thank you for that. What's that? Handgun ammo. Always useful. Do I have to wonder why was this shotgun here? And who's this teddy bear? What is that? Bent needle. That is indeed a hypodermic needle. Well, this is no good. This is a rather small room for this. Uh-oh. Oh, if only I could see you. Yeah, do you see? Oh, do you see her head? Oh, that hurt. What happens if I turn off the flashlight? Because I would need them, or her, to be more stationary. Now why I'm having trouble with the pronouns is because mostly I refer to the creatures as them, but here I feel like the gender is more obvious. Okay, so I guess they are a bit confused about where I was for a moment. Interesting, so she can lose us? Where did she go? What? She just disappeared. Normally I would be happy about that, but I feel like that she will be back. I hope that hit. Maybe this is a somewhat cheap way of handling the enemies, but it's a more cost-effective way. How many headshots does it take to take one down? But one thing is for sure, they can hit with that pipe, and they can hit hard. And here we are, back here. What? Wait. This used to be safe. Used to be. Not anymore. Okay. Well, that's no good. That is not at all good. But let's handle one thing at a time. Men's locker room. Women's locker room. Oh, so this was the women's locker room. Interesting. I still wonder why the shotgun was there. Uh-oh. We are facing a few too many enemies here. Treatment room. Closed. And then we have the staircase. Okay, well, I guess first we will check L1, but we can't because every door is blocked except for one, but that is locked. So we can check the nurse's lounge and then somehow make our way back to Maria. Is that a TV? What is in there? Uh-oh. You seem to not really notice me if I turn my flashlight off, which is good. But I can't really see them without it. Would you be ever so nice and stop? No, you wouldn't. Okay. Well, that's not much help, thank you. I'm not sure what she's doing when her head starts to shake, other than disturb me greatly. Well, I guess it's time to try out the shotgun. Oh my! Okay. It is certainly an effective weapon. And that certainly made me slightly startled. Alright, what do we have here? The TV playing static and the key to L1. I mean, we could have technically take the key and not fight. And as much as I prefer cleaning out the areas, I have a feeling that we will need to preserve more ammo and perhaps sneak around some of the enemies. Patience room. I think this is L1 indeed. Well, let's see what's in here. Darkness. Never-ending darkness. What happened in here? This is one of the locked doors. This does not look like a patient room. At all. Let's take a look. Which patient was here? I think this is the right one. Symptoms have intensified into full-blown paranoia, visual hallucinations. Well, let's see if we can find anything about this person. Excuse me. I have not the slightest of clues. Where an enemy could be. I know I have to jump through there. Possibly into the grasp of some creature again, which I'm also thrilled about. I don't know how to explain it, but the darkness here seems even darker. They brought in the girl today. Poor thing hasn't said a word. She just sits there, head in her hands, sobbing and quivering. I moved her to the corner bed. Seems to have calmed her down a bit. She even smiled at me, I think. So this patient was a girl. Anything here? Little tent made out of bed sheets and chairs and pillows. And then we have another room here that was blocked. What will we find in here? Okay, I guess you don't want me to go in there, which I don't really want to go in there, to be honest, but I kinda have to. That is the utility room, apparently. Hello? There is nothing here. It's absolutely brilliant what this game manages to do just with sound design alone. Actually, where is the door of this place? Oh, here. And then we have a hole. Let's look. No, James, that is a terrible idea. That is an absolutely terrible idea. Is this in the walls? I sure hopes that you are not claustrophobic. Oh, that's a cabinet? He fell all the way to the basement? I mean, who needs an elevator, right? Though it is rather interesting why there was a hole in the wall up there and a similar one 2 floors underneath, or well, actually just one. This is the first floor and not the basement. Where the heck are we? No, doesn't really ring any bells. Medical records. Well, I guess look through some medical records. But first, check how safe we are. Let's say somewhat. Old computer, what's this? Why won't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Let me out, 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 let me out. I'm assuming this was written by the patient that we are trying to find. A typewriter. Is there anything I can do here? I can turn the flashlight on and off. But that's about it. Now this could be a reference to Resident Evil after all. When this game released in 2001, Resident Evil already became a trilogy and a well-established title in the survival horror genre. Oh, there's a puddle here. That explains the puddle and the broken pipe. What is that? A book? No. A marked bracelet. So I'm assuming this is the bracelet of the patient we were trying to find, and I can see some numbers on it beneath the scribbles. I stopped that this instant. Although I thank you for cleaning the way. We are back right here. Love it. Absolutely love it. And it is raining. Well, we survived quite a lot, so why not save? And see what we can do next. We have one of the bracelets, but we are still missing 2. Now, What I'm curious about is the number on the bracelet, because this was the patient we were trying to find. Patient number 0130, designation 295.3. So I'm assuming on the bracelet is one of those numbers. Let's check. I see an 8 and a 9. But that doesn't add up with any of the other numbers I've just mentioned. Though I do believe that this patient was a little girl. We know that it was a girl from the note written by possibly one of the nurses, and I think she was a child because of the little pillow forts that we've seen. You stay in there, good creature. Now we do have plenty of things to do. Actually, we should get somehow into the doctor's lounge as well. But first and foremost, I want to find out what is up with Maria. Okay, she's still here. Sound asleep.
Hey,
Maybe not.
any luck finding Laura?
Not yet. How are you holding up?
I'll be okay. Just need a bit more rest. James, thanks for checking up on me. It's very sweet of you.
Yeah. Get some rest. I'll be back soon.
No, I do have to say this is such a brilliant idea that you can indeed check up on her, and I don't think this is necessary to progress in the story. This is just something you can do, and they included an entire cutscene for this. I once again can only applaud the developers, and this is why I love exploring and going around and maybe checking things that doesn't necessarily make sense when it comes to getting further in the story, because you can find little gems like these. Now here, when I came back to this hole from the other side, actually, I realized that there are new enemies here, like this lovely nurse. No, in theory, based on my theory that is, we are safe-ish as long as we don't shine our flashlight onto her. I got caught up in something, that's no good. I have no idea where I am. I just went to the first possible exit there. But it indeed seems like it's possible to get around her somewhat safely. Problem is, I do not know what I'm even running from. Wait. There are two of you? Okay. Out with the big guns. Sorry, but I have to conserve ammo. The one sign that shows when they are actually dead is the fact that they drop the pipe. So you can defeat one of them with one shotgun shell. But I'm just starting to realize that even the pose in which they die is not random. It's always the same, and it's this elegant and fragile pose, oh, so statuesque in a way, with their legs in this hourglass shape, and even their arms spread and their fingers relax, not clutching anything. It's also gentle in a way. They are really quite unique. Now we have a staircase here. This is interesting. This drawing is colored. And once again we have a rabbit and a bird. I'm starting to think that Laura in these drawings is portrayed as the rabbit. Ah, welcome in, Schmoozer. And thank you for the hydrate and stretch. So refreshing. Hungry bird, it might be a hungry bird. She drew a wolf previously and now a bird. And I have to wonder, who are those characters? Maybe James is one of these animals as well. Now, can I get out here? No. Interesting, I thought we will be able to get around some of the locked doors by using this staircase, but it seems that will not work. So we will progress to the third floor. How you doing, my lovely dread infusing monster? Well, I am doing rather well. I made my way into this not so welcoming hospital and met a new kind of creature. A nurse. Goodness. What is beyond this metal behemoth of a door? Restricted area, step only beyond this point. This is a hospital, not a prison. At least I thought. What a nice humming indeed. I am looking for a little girl called Laura. Maybe it is
Hey.
her.
Are you okay?
Go away!
Don't be afraid. I just want to talk.
I have no idea how she made her way around this door, but there must be another way. Ah, lovely. Absolutely lovely. Now this is the third floor, I think. And the third floor is actually somewhat smaller. So let's try to explore it. That's a nurse. We will let her be for the time being. I'm somewhat running out of ammunition, and I'm not sure if I should try to fight her with a pipe. After all, she is armed with one as well. Interesting. So there is possibly a roof as well. Okay, let's try this. A duel to the death. Just you and me. Ow! I tried to be a gentleman there and not take my opportunity with a cheap shot. Oh! Wow! They not only dodged my attempt at hitting them, but full on grabbed the pipe. Well, this is rather interesting. I have to admit, I am surprised, because as I played the game, I became more and more reassured that the guns are stronger than my melee weapon, which was a spiked wooden board in the beginning. And later on, I got a metal pipe, which is obviously stronger and deals more damage. But when I saw the nurses, I right away thought that I have to fight them with guns, because they not only have a metal pipe themselves, but they are rather strong based on the fact that I shot one of them 6-7 times, or 8, and they didn't seem too concerned about it. But based on this fight, somehow brute force is more effective against them than bullets. Or maybe I just underestimated how strong the metal pipe really is. Maybe I should try fighting the enemies with this trusty old plumbing pipe. I guess let's try. Here we go. Ladies first. Okay, that was a good hit. No. I'm not sure why they get confused sometimes. Oh! She certainly knows how to fight. Ow! A nice detail is how the pipe flew out of her hand there. I mean, throughout the entire game, I try to balance my resources and either use guns and ammunition when I'm low on health items, or fight with my melee weapon and use more health items when I'm low on bullets. So I guess it kind of worked, but she sure knows how to fight. And I just realized now while fighting that this creature also wears stockings and I think even straps on them. Wouldn't you not get confused after being hit with a pipe on the head? Fair enough, but they do it even outside of fights. As they roam around, sometimes they stop and their heads start shaking seemingly uncontrollably. I'm not sure why. I don't know what that means. Hopefully we will learn about them a bit more. Okay, we've been here. D2. This is a window inside of a room. This is not the edge of the building. I don't think so. No. This, I think, is a window for observation. Observation notes, exactly. Thank you. Let's read while I'm getting my little head massage. Observation notes, patient number 0090. That is one of the crucial patients we are trying to find. Day 1, patient transferred for observation. Mannerist, shallow breathing, avoids eye contact. Agitated in presence of staff. Frantic at the notion of touch. Day 2, patient refuses solid food. Nasogenic forced feeding required. Serotonin antagonists administered to reduce nausea and vomiting. Day 3, patient restrained for bathing and feeding. Prepare the treatment room accordingly. Progressing malnourishment, oxygen deficiency. Self-injury suspected, could not confirm. Day 4, something is very wrong. Indeed, something is really, really wrong with this patient. The poor soul. Thank you for the comforting. Even though it seems like this person was in need of comforting much more than I am. Whoever they were, let's try to find out more. So in theory, the treatment room is where we should go, because the patient was taken there. I wonder if I can break this. Apparently no. Well, then we are going with the old school method. Right, left, right. That's wonderful. I just need the numbers. Exam room 4. Exam room 5. Oh, you thought that a simple blocked door will stop me? Haha. Foolish. And that's one door opened. Nothing here. Other than the white wall tiles and this sickly green paint everywhere. What's that? First floor inner ward. Well, that's exactly what I needed. Is this perhaps an X-ray machine? Dr. Andrews, we delivered the radiograph you requested. However, it looks like the file was incomplete, as one of the pictures was nowhere to be found. We will send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. Green is a calming color. Perhaps. But I feel like if you spent much time in hospitals, you will learn to dislike this particular hue of green. Okay. I have no clue what I'm looking at. Radiograph of a pelvis. Yeah, that much I figured. But that's about all I figured. So I guess let's put it up here. I can move these. I can rotate that. Wait a moment, the scratch marks. Those are the connections? They should overlap in some way? But how many are we looking for? But let's see. How will these overlap? Well, we also have lines here. You see there are lines on the captured images, and also on this backlight on the board. So we have to rearrange these in the way they were originally placed. Isn't that absolutely a brilliant idea? But it seems that we are missing one. At least one. Well, I guess we have another item to look for. Oh, right, this is blocked. Alright, so where can we go next? X-ray viewer, combination lock. Yes, those are all wonderful. Rooftop. Yes, but I couldn't go there. It seems this is pretty much all I can do here for the time being. But I can now unlock the inner ward on the first floor. However, first let's go and check on Maria again. Sound asleep, that's good. I mean, I could use the elevator, but I prefer the stairs. They are less likely to murder me on the way down. So, which door? Is the one I'm looking for? Oh, this is oh so not good. Okay, now if I don't shine my light on them, will they walk past me or not? I think they noticed me. Sorry, dear. I try to be more of a pacifist, but it did not work out. It is interesting that one came from here, this being the main entrance, which I cannot leave through. Okay, let's try to do this quietly. I mean, not quietly, but without gunshots. Sounds delicious. Yeah, like breaking up some fresh, juicy celery. So it is possible to sneak up on all kinds of enemies and it does considerably more damage if you manage to get a hit on their backs without them noticing you first. Let's see what's here. Trouble. Lots of trouble. Don't you dare tell me this door is not locked. I have to be honest, I did not see what kind of a creature is on my right. And that's a problem. Oh. A nurse. Oh, and you. I'm so happy. Okay. One troubling element solved. Another one just on the other side of this door. You know, I wouldn't necessarily mind if I had to walk around here without my flashlight, if I could see anything. Oh, lovely. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Well, I guess we are trying to sneak up on her. I'm not here. I don't know what is troubling your mind, but I'm definitely not here. I'm not here. Okay, I am. Maybe I should turn on my light when I'm fighting. Just so you know, I can see. Ow! Ow! That was a combo! Also, no, not that, James. James, I want the bullet. James, the bullet. James, I need those bullets. Stop stomping on her and break the glass. Not. Yeah, that's it. James can be a bit aggressive at times. He had some serious issues. Yeah. Some pent-up aggression. No, I'm not here. No, you don't. No. This is bad. This is... You know what? Let's go through this hole in the wall. I can go outside. I can. This was personal. I'm not sure if it was personal for James, but have a nice stream. Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your day. She can come through the hole in the wall. Ow! Okay, I did not expect that. Fair enough. Silly me, I thought they cannot traverse through there. Only I can. Like this was some silly video game. But this is no silly video game. This is Silent Hill. Green paint or some kind of fluid, much like the one we've seen seeping from a hole in the second apartment building, Blue Creeks, I do believe. And there we found an item, so maybe here we can take that little thing out of this drainage pipe, but we would need some kind of a makeshift hook. But not this one. Maybe we need a piece of string. Oh, what's this? Another incident with 0050. This is the third patient, I do believe. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Thank God I was still here. He was completely maniac, screaming. Had the orderlies hold him down. Barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room for now, sedated. So 0050 is a man. Now let's look at this place again, now that we are not being chased by a nurse. Oh, how nice. Thank you. So that was the pharmacy, and indeed in that drain we had seen something. No, if I'm reading the map correctly, then going to the left should lead me into another fight apparently, but to a door that was locked. And now it is open. So I managed to create another shortcut. This is the doctor's lounge. I was supposed to come here. Let's see what we found. This case bears a disturbing similarity to a situation that took place in the facility a few years back. The patient was admitted on a court order, but with the consent of his remaining family. His condition appeared to be improving for the first few weeks. The administered medications paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and art therapy alleviated his avolition and hedonia and social withdrawal. There was no reason for concern. They didn't even know anything was wrong until the night guard reported one of his keys was missing. When they found him, it was already too late. Now this case could be referring to any case, but I think it might be this one, 005, because, or 0050, my bad, because here it was said that the current therapy is considered effective and that his condition improved. But then it all went wrong. So now we are following 2 leads. Keypad combination note. Okay. Thank you, I guess. I'm not sure how I will turn that scribble into a code, but hopefully it will work. Not much here. Oh ho! More for James. Don't see anything of importance in that cabinet. But I can finally open this door, which leads me back here. Now, to get to the treatment room, I have to open the door to the nurse's station, and maybe that is what I just found a hint for. But we have quite a lot to explore here, that's for sure. And I have a feeling that a few minutes would not be enough for this. So it is time to return here and save our progress, because for today we reached the 4-hour mark. And what can I say? This game is absolutely brilliant, and as I said before, I cannot wait to return to it every week and see how its story unravels. This new location, the hospital, is perhaps the most unnerving of all the ones we visited before. Perhaps it's just the location in itself, or how the developers slowly introduce new kinds of enemies and try to make the atmosphere even more choking than before, which is extremely impressive that even after so many hours the game can keep the player on the edge of their seat. And it certainly keeps me invested in the story as we slowly but surely learn more about the characters. We have met all of them twice already, and Maria has been following us, or we've been following her for a bit of time. So next week we are going to be returning to Silent Hill 2 Remake, more specifically the hospital and hopefully uncovering its secrets and finding the 3 crucial patients, or at least their bracelets. But for now, that has been it. Let's see how far we have gotten based on the PlayStation 5. It says 39%, but it also says that we are in the west side of town, which I don't think is true. Brookhaven Hospital, 54%, 39% overall. That is unbelievable. There is so much to this game, and in a way I feel like I've been progressing through the game and exploring the areas much quicker today than in the previous streams, and still we barely made any progress, it seems. But hey, the longer this game is, the happier I am, because it is just outstanding. And perhaps I make the wrong choices in certain areas, and I unwantingly and unwittingly skip areas by opening the wrong door or gate that leads me to the next area. But hey, that just means we will have more to look at and check when we return to this game for a second playthrough, because as much as I'm pretty sure I will not jump right into a second run of this game right away, I will definitely be returning to it and looking for all the things I missed, maybe photos or secrets that I haven't found this time around. And as much as I don't want it to be true, I'm pretty sure I missed quite a few things. But I am happy that when it comes to the puzzles and to the story itself, I think I'm doing rather decently, and I'm not getting stuck and lost all of the time, which is a pretty good achievement for me personally. But with that said, it's time to raid, and today we are going to be raiding Cyber Champ. He is holding a BAFTA Games watch party, followed by the new Mouse PI for Hire game, which I think just released the other day, and I'm rather interested in how it turned out. It's not a horror game, but it is nonetheless a rather unique game with the art style of old cartoons, starring a private investigator who is a mouse. So no surprise, I like when my kin are represented in media. But for today, I thank you for joining me. I hope that you enjoyed our adventure in Silent Hill, and it seems that we are not even halfway through the insanity of this game, which, oh boy, we have a lot awaiting us, and I could not be happier. I will be posting my stream schedule for next week on the weekend. I think it will be pretty similar to this week's, especially because we still have a few things to look at in Blood Hunt. But we will definitely be back to this game on next Friday. So if you enjoyed this stream and would like to see how this game continues, or my last few streams in Blood Hunt, don't forget to follow me and tune in next week. But until that, have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.